We need more chairs.
There, and are there any more chairs? Oh, there is a stack.
Divide up thing, blow it up. Yeah. Here, let me switch on it.
How are you? Merry December. How are you? I missed you last time. I had VIP tickets to the zoo. Oh my God, it was so nice. Which one? Brookfield, and it was like, it happened to be a really nice night.
When was that?
The last week I had tickets.
Girl, I can't, I don't.
It's here.
Very sweet, thank you.
Oh. I still wanted this, well, not still, I'm not gonna give it back, thank you. And it's just, it happened to be like a beautiful day, and it was so nice that,
See, you have to,
You'll have to flip it over. Sorry, thank you.
yeah, you just have to go. Right. My nephew was there. I hope we're going to the kids today.
Both. I'm actually trying to get rid of the picture, but I don't see. Let me see.
It was like 30.
Probably both from what I understand. But again, yeah, you don't have to. And the point is not because you were trying to not hide anything. It's not fair for one of you to respond because that's not the voice of the entire board. And so that's what we can take that. So I don't know what the hell is supposed to be like in public. It is time. Are you ready? You want to, well,
Oh, that's, we don't have, because that sounds.
No, I don't like it down there.
No,
Have you ever been to the country?
if
Yeah,
it gets ugly and somebody starts
They're
being mad.
Then we-
Oh,
well,
wait,
doesn't-
okay.
then that will do the time.
And stuff for us.
Right, so. 6:02. Agenda, my notes. And Mary Ann, I'll always have Mary Ann sit over here by, I do not see Mary Ann yet. She's coming, but I wonder if Stephanie's downstairs, so she might be distracted. Maybe she did, I did confirm. with her today. She is coming.
I barely have time to brush my teeth.
I do have, they're brief though.
Okay.
I just go in there very brief. Yeah.
Like to call the meeting to order at 6:02. This is the regular board meeting of the Park District of Forest Park on December 18th, 2025. All the way, please.
Alsamora. Lyons. Here. McDermott.
Here.
Sansoni.
Here.
Gillian.
Here, please rise for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Need approval of the agenda. Motion? Motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Alsamora.
Aye.
Lyons. McDermott.
Aye.
Sansoni.
Aye.
Gillian.
Aye. Need a motion for the approval of the minutes for the November 20th, 2025 regular board meeting. Motion?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Alsamora.
Aye.
Lyons.
Aye.
McDermott.
Aye.
Sansoni.
Aye.
Gillian.
Aye. I need a motion for the approval of the minutes for the closed section of November 20th, 2025. Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
I just want to glance.
For 4 years, typo.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay.
It's not a trail, it's a trial. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Call that roll, please.
All right, Elsa Mora.
Aye.
Lyons.
Aye.
McDermott.
Abstain.
Sansoni.
Aye.
Gillian.
Correspondence.
We have lots of fun stuff. I got a really great, and I can send it out to the board, just a report from the National Park and Rec Association, just the value of parks and recreation and park districts in our community. We also have the Illinois Association of Park Districts Annual Report. We made the front, we made the picture, so there we go.
I
Yes,
know,
we
I
did.
noticed you made the.
We made the, we also received correspondence from Alan Osensky. Just a shout out to the team that oversaw the new website. It was not an easy lift. It looks great and easy to navigate. I also have an invite for anyone that's interested. There's a Toys for Tots going on, I believe it's December 20th. I also got from Alicia Hammond from the library. Congrats on the new website. And finally, we received Dominique received from Ellis, our lifeguard licensing company. We received the 2025 Silver International Aquatic Safety Award, which is awesome. We've never received that. So congratulations to the aquatic team for what they did. This was an international award, not just national. They're all over the world. So that's really exciting and very awesome for them to accomplish that. So damn it.
It's time now for public comment. Check is.
You know what, I'm just gonna, just because we have a great large audience,
Which we love.
which we do appreciate, yes, so. I just want to remind, thank you all for attending our December board meeting of the Park District of Forest Park Board of Commissioners. This is the public meeting for Park District business. We appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule, especially this time of year. We ask that you please respect the business of the Park District meeting. We love to hear feedback and input during public comment. We have in number 7 on the agenda, which is now, and then we also have it later on at the end of the agenda. If you plan to speak, we definitely need your name written in here. Most of everybody has signed in, and if you haven't, please do sign in. Please keep in mind, you do have 3 minutes to speak, and the board is not required to respond. And the reason for this is it's important that we ensure we continue to be transparent in our message while maintaining honest and consistent and cohesive information. So that's why we don't respond. So, who wants to start?
Plus you call my list.
Do we want?
We're seeing none, we can move on.
Or yeah, if you want to, yes, go ahead. If you want to just, yeah, come on up. Sure. I'm Hannah Dolman. I think I know all of you. I live on Beloit down the street. And I'm here because 2 things are happening at once. First, we still don't have a clear answer to the question, is the soccer field safe to play on right now? Turf field is now more than 10 years old, as most people know. Once turf that's used as much as ours is reaches this age, safety problems arise. And several of us have already shared personal experiences about those concerns here at board meetings and in other communications. I'm concerned that the recent field assessment the park executive director reported on in last month's meeting and also shared with me by email, the Fuller report, doesn't include any objective testing or measurements. It was based on visual observation, and it was written by a turf maintenance company that is trying to sell services. That's why I'm asking the park district to commit to an industry standard safety test within the next 30 days that uses evidence
science-based methods, things like GMAX impact testing and the infill depth measurements. So we can understand the true condition of the field before the spring season. This isn't about stopping kids from playing. I love the league. I love soccer. World Cup is coming this summer. I really hope our turf field is still usable, but we won't know unless we have real data to back that up. And if it isn't usable, then we need time to figure out where to play until the field is replaced. And at the same time, a grant proposal for the main park is moving forward. If it goes through, it's going to shape the park for the next 10 to 20 years. And the people who use this park the most haven't been consulted in a meaningful way. Instead, the process feels reversed. Plans first, public second. These two issues in my mind are connected. When safety concerns go unheard, it's hard to trust that our voices matter when other projects are happening. So thanks for your time. I hope that you will move forward with the safety test of the field and a community forum before final project decisions are made for the grant should it come through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Going once? Going twice? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Evan Dahlman, and I want to bring up, last time I mentioned about, the problems with the nails on the building, and I want to thank you guys. It was handled within 48 hours with your groundskeeping crew. So I want to thank you guys for that. That is wonderful. Also, I have a question about that building now, of course, the cars are gone, so is it official, are they out? And what are ideas, plans, what's going to happen to that area?
It's on the agenda.
When are they gonna be out officially?
H&R building is on the agenda later and this meeting.
Okay, is that building gonna be in that area along with this allotted amount?
It's on
Coming
the
up.
agenda.
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Back to going once? Yes, ma'am.
Jean Dwyer, I live on Hannah, down here. And I just want to say that I think probably most of the people here are here to support what Hannah Dolan said. We all have concerns over the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, we will move on.
I'll say one more thing.
Okay, one more. Okay. Yes,
Did I use my full 3 minutes?
nope.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to, on the whole park issue, and this is important. In this day and age, with technology, kids, adults, everybody being stuck in a world not outside. So this park is so important to the future and the present for all the members. And just, let's find a way to get everybody involved, not just once a month. And not just a website that's kind of confusing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Jack, if you will, oh, another hand.
I'm Sarah Westford and I live on Lathrop, and I just wanted to say that I support transparency with the safety of the field and everything else going forward, and just kind of second everything that Hannah said. I'm here to support her and this sort of response for our community. The next 20 years of our fields and parks are pretty important to my family.
Thank you. Jackie has one via email, I guess.
This is from Sarah Vander Blon. She wanted to add, our family loves the park at the end of the block, as we call it. My kids love climbing and playing. The floor is lava, swinging on the swings and using both the big kid and toddler playgrounds. Even with all the fun we have starting when we moved here a couple of years ago. I've noticed that we could use some improvements. I'm excited to hear the park district is seeking a grant to improve the playground. As the park district goes about the process, I'd like to ask the community to be given more opportunity to provide input on possible designs. I recognize there's an input session held at the park this fall. My husband and I both stopped by, but only because we heard about it from someone who's really involved. I then tried to spread the word to other parents at the playground and to the soccer field, or to the soccer parents on the field. And then in the future, I'd like to ask the park district widely advertise the opportunity to provide feedback, and that this be done several weeks in advance. Some ideas be on social media, could be posting it as a banner on the website, having flyers ready at the roofs, having signs both at the park itself and Circle and Harrison fence, where many other events are often advertised. If it's going to take place at the park again, I'd also like to ask that the organizers, park district employees, circulate the park during the event and actively ask parents to provide feedback. We love the parks here in Forest Park, and that's it.
Thank you.
Is it possible to ask a question for clarification?
Sure.
Andy? So there seems to be a consensus among certainly the people that are in the room about two things. One is an independent safety test, and two, a community forum or a town hall to discuss, enhancements to our district. At what point do we as the board consult with you, Jackie, to be able to, set forth what a way forward can look like for both of those issues? Is that something that
You and I can set a meeting, we can meet.
we'll discuss separately, but how do we engage others? It'll be just a conversation you and I will find. Okay.
I do want to mention, while you mention that, I'm looking further down the thing where we talked about, design, design from Hitchcock. And one of the things that they have in their proposal is data gathering phase. So that's where a lot of this will happen. Certainly, we have an opportunity to speak with Jackie, whatever we call it.
And as I recall, what Hitchcock said, that Jackie, I think you quoted in fact, was that they too were recommending doing a community input forum. So we can have a conversation about how to set that up. I think it's just really for transparency for everybody in the community to know that that would be procedurally what happens next. That being said, it doesn't mean that you guys cannot, you all can reach out to Jackie.
Absolutely.
Tony's have open door policy over here, but certainly I know that from my perspective, and I'm sure others here on the board will do the same. We'll meet with Jackie and have conversations about next steps.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. That, I just had a question.
Rosie,
Alice, later. Oh, well, you said the next steps are, you said Hitchcock.
Hitchcock.
Hitchcock, yeah, I probably said it wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. You said that they recommended reaching out for community input.
It's on.
It's,
We're gonna talk about
It's
it.
gonna be.
We gotta maintain,
Right.
No, that's fine. I was just wondering why that would take place. And then just one other thing, I'm here to support the soccer.
I think really it was just to get clarity on the procedurally, what should be our next steps.
Would you tell me about the employee promotion?
I cannot wait. So something we started back in May, we started this employee of the month. It was a way for our board and just to kind of get to know some of what our part-time staff do throughout the park district, is their jobs are very important here. And they're what make the park go around. So this month, we have, and I think he doesn't know why he's here.
I have no idea.
So, Adam Garza is our employee of the month this morning. If you want to say why we chose Adam?
Yeah, Adam's been working on maintenance for quite some time. He's been one of our year-round part-time employees, and a great example would be this year, during every snowfall, how we can call him. He is one of the first people in at the garage, ready to make sure facilities are ready to open, parks are safe, all of that. So he's just above and beyond and does whatever we ask for. It's great help for Adam. So thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam. We're gonna take a picture of the board. Oh, yeah, we're gonna get the whole board in there.
Great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good holiday. All right. That's it.
Rory, do you want to read about the tremendous report?
Thank you all for coming. We have 3 accounts payable checks. The first one was distributed on 11/25/2025 in the amount of $13,351.26. The second one was distributed 12/1/2025 in the amount of $267,055.28. And the third one was distributed 12/11/2025 in the amount of $340,630.48. The 3 total $621,037.02.
Thank you. I need a motion from the board to approve disbursements for November and December 2025 totaling $621,037.02. Motion
So moved.
Second.
been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Allison Moore. Lyons. McDermott. Sensoni.
Aye.
Gillian.
All right. The 2025 financial statements, I need a motion from the board to accept the financial statements for the close of November 2025. Motion
So moved.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Allison Moore. Lyons. McDermott. Sensoni.
Aye.
Gillian.
Building and parks report.
All right, well, we've been very active in maintenance. And we just finished gym floor, which looks awesome. We got picked the whole line painted, it's finished, it's good to go. We just finally took over H&R, so we're gonna kind of clean that up. We're working on getting the lift inspection done and making sure that that building is ready to go in the future. Yeah, and then snow removal's finally come to a little bit of break, so it's been nice. That's it, we went out to bid this week for the sand filters and propane kit. So I know we have a few companies interested in both, so that shouldn't be an issue, and yeah, good, moving along.
Thank you. Recreation.
Hello, everybody. Santa breakfast was great. Thanks for the help, guys. That's always fun.
People are supposed to have children.
I stayed 120, 150,
Good.
you know, between staff and all the people there, at least 100 participants. At
That's
least.
great.
Yeah. So
And the room upstairs looked beautiful.
it is.
So well done. Got a lot of compliments about it. Great job.
We're making great. Thanks for all the help, everybody. We have, next week is winter break for the kids in the following week after, so Dominique has scheduled 2 camps, volleyball and basketball. They're back to back. They run 2 days on one day and 1 weekend to the other, and they're full, which is great. There's like 50 kids in the basketball and like 42 in the volleyball. So, which is our precursor to trying to get a basketball league going. And Dominique has already sent out information about including volunteer coaches and she's really got the put on her gas for that one. Craft fair is about 6 weeks away. And I will start marketing that right after the holidays, so we can get everybody registered and over with the groups. So we're kind of excited about that. I reached out to Sammy Jo and she's gonna help us with all her craft show people and if you do it. It's just busy, you know, so, which is great.
It looks like the basketball league, what's the dates in the spring, or what dates are they looking for to run from, or is it still?
It's still up in the air. It's still up in the air, so
It's spring.
yes. So, we have a really good basketball coach and she put a whole program together for that, so
Adam is not here this evening, but certainly his big news is that our website, new website went live on December 15th. And certainly all of us have checked it out to some extent, and I would encourage each and every one of you to check it out. One of the things I know you'll find out there is an opportunity to provide input to us about anything you want. And gives you an opportunity to not necessarily come to a board meeting to talk about it, although you're more than welcome. But somebody reads that stuff when you send it to us. So I just want to make you all aware of that because it's something new. Anything else, Jim, for the communication?
He's very excited about, the website. We've got nothing but positive feedback on it. And the brochure, is out. That's
Yeah, the brochure is out.
today. And, so if you have any questions for Adam, I can pass them along.
Jeff,
Okay, I have three things I wanted to point out. When Roy was going through the check runs, two of those check runs are rather large, but both of them were paying bonds. So about $550,000 of those three check runs were to bond payments. So that's good that we paid our bonds. But the second item I wanted to bring up is that Cook County continues to not distribute tax receipts for the year so far. So paying those big bond payments is causing me a little bit of stress that I don't need this time of year because Cook County has not distributed any tax revenue to us, despite I know the fact that many people have already paid their taxes. I do have a contact at Cook County Treasurer's Office who told me he thought it would be the end of last week or the end of this week. So it has not been so far through Thursday. So I'm hoping tomorrow morning when I come into the office, there is a big payment to us, which would make my Christmas very happy. The third thing I wanted to point out is that we had three accounts at the Liquid Asset Fund for the Park District's Liquid Asset Fund. One of them was specifically for Remembrance Park. We had opened that account when we got the money. If you remember back when we did the OSSIT grants, we kind of got both of those grants going at the same time. But we did Rieger Park first, we did Remembrance second. So when the Remembrance money came in, I put it in the Liquid Asset Fund in order to maximize our interest, the ability to get interest on those funds. Now that that project is complete and wrapped up, we took the balance of that account and wrapped it up into just general operating money. So on your reports, I give you with the liquid, our statement of liquid assets. That's one, it's zero right now, and it's zero because we closed it out, and then it'll probably come off starting in January. Then if we get good news and get the grant for the park, we'll open up another account with the liquid asset fund and put those funds into the liquid asset fund in order to make the money that we need, to maximize interest. That's the goal with that. So, so that's my report. Is there any other questions about the finances or anything?
thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Jim,
Oh, right behind that, we have not received all of our grant reimbursement yet from Remembrance Park. It was the hiccup is, they switched software. So that is a holdup. They still owe us $212,000. I'm in conversations with, Commissioner Melon McGovan at the village in regards to the Hannah and Harrison Street intersection stop sign. And then finally, the IPRA conference is coming up, so anyone that's going to be attending, I do need to know what to know later than tomorrow. Because we got to take the early. Other than that, everything else in my report is on the end.
Mary Ann has a report from Western Urban Special Recreation Association. Mary Ann.
Welcome, Mary Ann. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. I apologize for that all the traffic. So I'm Mary Burke, I'm the executive director with West Suburban Special Recreation Association. Do I have the honor of having any residents who participate with us currently? We provide recreation, oh, yeah. Hey. We provide recreation for children through adults with disabilities. And we service 13 communities. So anyone with a disability who lives in those communities, WSSRA provides recreation services for. So it is our honor to be able to provide those services to all of these communities, including the Park District and Forest Park. So how that works, I provide an annual report. That's what you have in front of you with our snapshot. This covers everything from 2024, and I'll also obviously talk about 2025. It's been a year. It's been a year. So in between 24 and 25, the Park District continues to support us in great ways. You helped host a number of our programs, from Saturday Adventures, Social Club, Food Critics, Showtime, Club Wellness. Now we're cooking Bobcats basketball, day camp. We will hosted a site, one of our day camp sites here, powerlifting, Bobcats tennis, horsemanship, and Splish Splash Summer Bash. So we can't do any of our programs without the support of our partners and the use of their facilities. We own no facilities. We rent office space. We happen to be in Franklin Park. We hope someday to be centrally located. Special Olympics highlights this year. We hosted 16 sports, 31 training programs and events with 630 program slots filled by 108 athletes. 9 of those athletes are from Forest Park. Special events, you guys helped us host our Summer Splash, Splish Splash Summer Bash. Trying to say that fast. In July, we hosted over nearly 300 guests in the Aquatic Center, and we had a perfect night. So thank you again for your support of that. We also attended, our families were joined the Forest Park, the Park District in their movie night in the park event on June 20th. Highlights in the snapshot, you can see the stats for Forest Park. This year, in 2024, we serviced 26 unique individuals with disabilities and 343 programs and events for almost 2,200 hours. In inclusion support, that's where WSSRA provides the staffing support for individuals with disabilities in your programs. And we had 80 individuals participate in 16 programs. So you've heard me talk about the staffing challenges when we came out of COVID, and it took us a while to get back. And in 2024, we really saw the comeback, and in 25, we're there. We're back to our numbers. We're back to being able to support all the people who come aboard. And that is a huge piece to be able to support all the people who are interested in our programs. We continue to increase our recruitment efforts and make changes in program offerings to accommodate those individuals. Out of 227 staff hired to support our programs, 6 were from Forest Park. And just as a little side commercial, we are a great place to work. We hire year round, and we hire individuals 16 years and older. So you do not have to have experience. We do the training to support the individuals that we do hire. So it is a great first time job. And side note, years ago, that's how I got started. So anyhow, other updates in 24, budget wise, we increased our budget by 4% as we were getting back to our normal numbers, and we did increase the budget again by 4% in 25. And that brings us back finally to the shares that the level we were at in 2019. So we continue to make adjustments to those shares based on the demand, and we made a minor increase in 2026 budget by 2.9%, which is the CPI. But along with that, we also make great efforts with our foundation in raising additional dollars to support the agency. And in 2024 and 25, we hosted 6 events. Our foundation hosted 6 events, including our bocce tournament, which took place in February, and our 24th annual Derby Gala, which took place in May. And in the fall this year, we hosted our family bowling tournament, and we just hosted our Bowling for Stars Casino Night, which thank you for your wonderful attendance. The foundation has successfully raised an additional $85,000 through those events. And by doing that, it lowers our ability to have to rely on our partner shares. So our work with the foundation is never, has great impact on what we do. In fact, the foundation replaced one of our minivans. They purchased it outright for us. In 24, we also went back to, since our staffing members were coming back, we went back to one of, we have like 4 partners or potential partners who are interested in joining WSSRA. And the Village of River Grove is on the top of that list. And we officially signed the documentation, and they're our newest member. And they officially joined in October of 24 and started on January 1st, 2025. So that's very exciting because it fills the service gap between in our northern communities, between Elmwood Park and Veterans Park District in Franklin Park. Now we service that full board. So in summary, we are continuing to focus on what is in the best interest of WSSRA, our consumers, and the services we provide. As Leahy and Yoya family share, they're truly grateful for the wonderful opportunities they enjoy. They've grown, their family members have grown socially, emotionally, and their world of friends have grown incredibly as a result. Special thanks to Jackie as our board representative from Park District Forest Park, and Danette as the co-chair, and she actually, or alternate, she actually had to be in attendance. So I appreciate your support. But more importantly, to you as a board and you as the community, I thank you for your ongoing communications, your support through the word of mouth, exposure on your website, and having a presence at the majority of our community events. You are critical to our continued success in serving your community. As many WSRA participants have shared, we are the important link to feeling a part of a community that supports them. And I thank you very much for this opportunity. Do you have any questions?
No, you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you. I hope you feel the same way. What services do you use?
My daughter, has done tennis, has one-on-one, who's doing some of the big camp,
Awesome.
and then does
Awesome. What sports?
basketball, rhythmic gymnastics. The one who do dash.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Marion. Park Foundation.
So the Park Foundation, for people who don't know, there is a 501c3 charity arm, and that is the Forest Park Foundation work. And this was established in 2002, 2003. And what the main purpose of this is when there's, well, 2 purposes. One, if there's big projects, the foundation then can get grants and get things that maybe a park district directly can't. One example, when Oak Park built their giant new building on Madison, a lot of that money came through their foundation. So Oak Park Park District has one, we have one as well. The other thing that the Park Foundation does, and it's a lot easier to find on the new website, there's a tab that says foundation. And on there is if a family maybe has a difficulty for some of the costs of the programs here, they can fill out an application right there, and the foundation will sponsor that family or that child for those things. Foundation meets 4 times a year. The biggest thing about the foundation is when you're a board member here, it's a 6-year commitment and you have meetings every single month. Then some people might think that's a little too much, maybe with their family, they can't do that type of time commitment. The foundation, what's great about that is it meets 4 times a year, and it's always right before this meeting. And our next meeting's in January. And we have, I as myself as a board member, and Jackie, we help with the foundation. We have one other community member who has nobody of, all their children are grown, has joined in. But we're looking for other people in the community to join the foundation. And what our biggest thing is, we're looking for some programs and things that we can do to kind of get word out there, maybe a little bit more adult geared towards the park district. I mean, they cover everything from, babies to, but we're thinking maybe we could do things that are a little more like parent friendly. It's a way to get involved with the park district and not have that every month commitment. I do have applications. We ask that you be associated with Forest Park, either a resident, you have a business here, something of that nature. I put my phone number on the back of every application. Fill it out, you send it in. We will have our next meeting in January. Right before this, we meet at 5 o'clock, 5:30, and get an agenda out. And our big thing is the January meeting, we want to brainstorm how can we get the foundation really up and running, and what are some programs that we want to do for the spring and summer and for next fall. So this is my ask. I've emailed out a couple applications to people who've asked for them. I have not gotten any back yet, so if anyone is interested in the foundation or wants to talk one-on-one with me a little bit more, like what are you thinking, how can we do things, please take one. I think it's a great way as like a first step into the parks. One, it's coming to meetings and it's emailing and it's calling members that sit up here and saying, this is what we want for our park. This is now the next step. You're actually on a board as part of the park. And then the next step is being one of the people up here. So I ask if you have an interest in the parks. And like I said, if there's big things that we're going to do, whether it be expanding on buildings, building new buildings, things of that nature, and the foundation will be involved in that. So it is a way to get your opinion and your thoughts in things. So please, I ask if anybody's interested, take it, give me a call. I'll be around for the holidays. I'd love to talk to you one-on-one about it and what we can do more to grow the parks.
Thank you. Unfinished business. Let's have a grant update.
I will. We were told we have made it through the second round of the OSLID grant process. As we knew at the last board meeting, we were told we'd hear about it before the holidays. That leaves us a couple days, so we have not heard anything yet. So fingers crossed we find out tomorrow. That's it with the update.
The next item is Hitchcock Design Architect Services. So I need a motion from the board that we accept the proposal from Hitchcock Design in the amount of $137,000 for fixed fees on services, including data gathering phase, design development phase, and construction documentation phase, in addition to the hourly estimate services not to exceed $35,000. Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, again, I want to actually get a better understanding and elaboration of when it comes to data gathering, how we're going to proceed to doing that based on the recommendation of Hitchcock themselves. I think the corollary question is this contingent on us getting the grant?
Yes, that is, so we're not going to sign off on this till we know we have the grant.
Right.
Obviously, and this is, the number here also is approximately $50,000 less than what they budgeted, so that's a good thing. We're starting out under budget. And so we did this with all of the other parks that we've done. So Rieger Park, Remembrance Park, this is the same exact process that we did. And I don't know if anybody's been to any of those beautiful parks. I think our residents are pretty happy about those, based on input that we received at board meetings, input that we received from residents via email or reaching out. So the process will happen is as soon as we find out about the grant, we will sign off on this proposal with Hitchcock. Hitchcock then, the first steps in it is to come out and begin the design process. Obviously, we have elements that were part of the grant in order for us to receive the $600,000 that we asked for. we have to include the items in that grant. The items that we put in the grant are low cost, high point items. It's not everything that we're gonna be putting into the park. So when I say that low cost, high points, those are things like rain gardens and outdoor classrooms and things of that nature, because no matter what happens, they have to fit and they have to be in the park for us to receive all of that money. But that's not the end of the design. But Hitchcock comes in and tells us what we can fit based on our space, you know, based on safety regulations, based on, you know, a number of different things that we can put in there. We'd love to put everything in. I mean, if you look at Remembrance Park, we put everything in that would fit. We made a backyard at Remembrance Park and we packed it in there, but that was as much as we could cram into that space based on several different, you know, MWRD, IDPH, all these different restrictions, all of our engineer, everything that we have to make sure we abide by. So that's part of what Hitchcock will do. So the reason that they sent us the proposal early is because we let them know that our residents are eager and they're interested in getting the ball rolling. So instead of waiting till January after we found out about the grant, we wanted to improve it at this meeting to get it going. From here, we will continue to have input meetings. I'm trying to remember how it looked before. And we have to do, I know it was brought up last time, we do have to remember that when we are making any changes, every time that we do get 3 times to send it back. It takes about 2 weeks to redesign it because there's several different pieces that are involved when you move one little thing. And after that point, then they start charging us the additional fees. I believe it took probably about 3 months to design. I'm gonna take Rieger, for example. And then just going back and forth, making sure all the final details, because once that's done, then it's put together into construction documents. And then it goes out to bid to the public. That usually takes about 2 months to do. And then once it's out to public, we do the bids. We have to accept the lowest bid, which we can't guarantee. And those that were on the board when we did Remembrance and Rieger, both of them were higher than we anticipated. And we had to readjust our budget because our budget is not that big and the sports field alone is approximately $750,000 just to do that piece. So we have to be creative sometimes.
Yeah, and I get it that there's probably going to be some measure of trade-offs, but the one community input meeting that we had, I think, at least from what I saw that day, we had an overwhelming desire from people that were able to attend to feature a basketball in lieu of potentially a putting green. And yet what I'm seeing is obviously that has not been submitted as part of one of the elements. Now, you know, there has to be some trade-offs, but does that mean that the community input that came in at that time does not get acted upon? Because that seemed like a pretty overwhelming number.
Yeah, and so when all of that input is given to us, we have to make sure that there's room and money to do it. So we have to have space and we have to have the financial capabilities of doing it. So one good example are the pickleball courts. We have the space and we already have surface. So it was a very inexpensive and we didn't lose green space. Then especially if we look at our park right now, we have a lot of stuff in this small piece of property. And one of the biggest things that we've always gotten back was we want more open space. So that's first and foremost. I mean, there's a lot of things that, you know, we did add that in. But the architect said we'd have to be very creative if we were going to be able to accomplish and have that. We don't have the space. And just to put a surface in would be about $250,000 to just start with a new surface, but there's no space. The putting green is $25,000. So that's kind of how we measure that.
I have to say, when I first came on board, we were doing Rieger 16th Street Park. And I remember this exact same moment, we're like, okay, let's approve this from Hitchcock. And I'm like, whoa, we had one meeting at the park and people came, but this isn't the design, and you kind of explained it. We didn't have an audience like this, I think we had nobody at that. And Jackie kind of explained the same thing to me. She's like, for these grants, you have to have like certain elements. We go for the ones that are the cheaper ones, but also get us a lot of points. And we can get those. And I remember mine was the American Disabilities Act, like we wanted some kind of thing that people with like wheelchairs can go on, and this is for Remembrance and for Rieger. And that was my big thing. I'm like, I want to make sure, I know that there's people with disabilities in this town, and I see a lot of people with wheelchairs. I want something that somebody could go on a wheelchair and do something. And she explained to me, she's like, we've got to put the grant in and then get it. Once we get it, we could work with them with what we can put in. And I know, like, as Betty said, basketball was one of them, and the size, and then like other ideas that we could, maybe down the road.
We do have some ideas. I mean, we're not dismissing. it.
And that's the thing that I was looking for.
And that's the understanding, we have not dismissed that idea. We have a handful of ideas that we've been talking to the architect about. That the current space that we have, it may not be there. Just, we put them where we can fit. And we have a couple of ideas for that, but it may not look as part of this project because in the space that we're looking at, we have to lose a facility. So we did put in basketball courts, we did lose a soccer field, we lose a playground, we lose tennis courts, we lose the open space outside the day camp building, which is very precious. So those are, we lose a skate park. So we would have to lose a facility to put that in. But we can be creative in other ways to get this. And we have to also look at the fact that we just built a $6 million climate control indoor basketball court. The programs are full and we're excited about it to offer, and then also do a basketball league. So
Yeah,
they're in the park, the basketball hoops are in the
no,
park.
I get it, but I think people want to have outdoor basketball, and there can be multiple uses of, say, a tennis court that might be able to accommodate. I mean, we haven't had that conversation, and I think, we may shake people's expectations that this is something that can be delivered by having put it as an option in the first place.
Well, it was asked to put in there, so we did because it was asked, but we tried, we can't necessarily make that happen if we don't have the space. I wish we had more space. We're trying to get more space every day.
Jackie, just for this, so like approving this one is going to be just so we get the ball rolling. And two, and just so it's clear for everybody, is there still ability for input and to change and do things? But we just have to make sure that we keep those start things that we need to do.
And those are very small things. The 6 items are the sports field surface, which that's the only small, not so small.
Not so small.
Originally, it was budgeted at $1.7 million to us to just put a new surface in. So if you are aware, that's 1/6 of our entire budget. So that was, but we did get it down. Andrew did some, we talked to a couple companies. A rain garden. A small, small putting green, because that did get a lot of traction. We can put the rock climbing wall into the playground area, which also got some traction. The outdoor classroom outside of day camp, which is basically cleaning up that area because it turns into a pond when it rains. So these are all small ticket
Trade sales, site furniture, eventually, the outdoor classroom.
So they're very, again, small ticket, but high points. And that's the goal is $600,000 off the taxpayers that we're gonna get, that we hopefully will get from the state to help pay for this, because our budget is, we don't get a lot of, we operate on a very small budget. So we try to be as creative as we possibly can with what we have.
Thank you. Well, put an asterisk there because we don't have Jeff's money.
Cook County, our fiscal year, we started, we're 7 months complete, and we haven't received any tax dollars yet. So we're operating off of what we have. So, Cook County could maybe help it out a little bit.
Christmas.
We
And I
have
just
repairs.
prepared to have the call roll, and I just want to mention
Oh,
that
yes, okay,
the website does allow for comments now,
yes,
and that's not just for the 30 or 50 people that are here. It's for everybody within the community. And we all have email.
Yes.
We're happy to take the email and, you know, we can keep it in a separate file for email regarding the park, however you want to do it, but
and anytime you email me, I always make sure that the board receives that, so.
plenty of opportunities to provide input. Call roll, please.
Osborne. Aye. Lyons. Aye. McDermott. Aye. Sansoni.
Aye.
Gillian.
Any other matters for discussion?
Not unfinished.
New business. Applied settlement fees.
Well, do you want me to, well,
Yeah.
the-
Let's do it this way.
yeah, okay.
I need a motion, that the board accept the proposal from Stuckey Construction Company in the amount of $22,422 to complete the pool leak repairing, including concrete removal and replacement and piping repairs.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none?
Do you want me to, well,
Yeah.
so let me really, yeah,
I really want to.
yeah, I do, so I just want to update. This is something Andrew and I have been trying to figure out for a while. We have a leak. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on water this year. We found it, we believe, in an 8x4 foot area, which is hard to find when we have, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water that goes through our pool every day. And we assumed it was gonna be significantly higher. And I think Andrew may have done a cartwheel when he saw this price. So this is a company that, a contractor that, the pool leak detection company that we found through Hanover Park, Park District, who came in and found the leak. When we couldn't find a contractor that could do this, we did reach back out to Hanover Park. And they recommended, this company. The nice thing is when Andrew spoke with the contractor, they knew pools, like they talk pool talk, whereas, you know, general contractors working with pipes, it's a very different, look. So, we got Hoffman Estates and Hanover Park just to mention two park districts that have used this company. We're confident they are gonna have to come in and break open the deck. We're looking forward to seeing what this pipe looks like when we get down there, because when is that gonna happen? The goal is to get this improved and get it on schedule as soon as possible. They may not be able, they might be able to do it. And I'm looking at Andrew. And then, but they may not be able to do concrete till the spring. So the idea is to get this done, because then I gotta paint it, we gotta get it ready to make sure it's open on time, because going through another summer, losing that much water is not sustainable.
Where on
On the pool? Yeah, so on the zero depth area, closer to the west side and
Where the SCS.
Where the
slide
dump
were.
like-
So about 5 feet closer towards the trains is where it is.
but we did ask, it didn't have any, so we did, we got double check with them for sure.
Is that what could have done it?
Yes,
Where is this the water going?
that's what we're nervous about.
If you want to walk inside walk, it's gonna.
Yeah.
Speeding into the ground. We saw space where it was coming out of sewers, but it was just coming to the ground. Yes, it's up.
You're
not the old pool, it was actually the pool on the other side of the IV house.
Yes.
Is that been moved and seconded? We have that discussion. Call the roll, please.
All right, Osborne. Aye. Lyons. Yes. McDermott. Aye. Sansoni.
Aye.
Gillian. Did we read it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. My brain is foggy now.
About sand filter repairs, I think I heard something about that.
Yes, so we needed the sand filter repairs probably 3 or 4 years ago. But yeah, we've been focused on that leak, and now that we kind of have that under control, that was kind of our next on our wish list. So we just went out to bid for that, and we have a couple of companies that we've been in contact with that are doing us close before. And we'll kind of keep you guys updated and get pricing and all that stuff.
And with, painting,
Same with painting. We had, 2 companies that showed interest at the bid walkthrough, on the net. Yep, the same kind of deal as last time.
The interior, they go, right?
Yes,
Didn't we just do that?
yeah,
It's like, we usually do it every, maybe every
Yes.
3-4 years.
last time also we didn't go out to bid because we need to get it done quickly, so we only did 1 layer of paint where they recommended.
Okay,
And the
okay.
others will, it's a little bit longer life.
Thank you, Dan, okay. That makes sense, yeah.
Uh-oh. The pool painting. You don't need to hear about the water. Well, good.
So like,
Yeah,
let's just go out of order.
Yeah.
That's why the scouts were.
yes, also, thank you for the scouts for coming out today. I know it looks like everybody had to go. I hope they learned something, and anytime they want to come in and shadow or learn about, I mean,
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of the troop. This is a really important part of what we bring to teach them is respect and understanding of the civic process and the role you guys all play and the staff play. And these kids came up to the business park district, so it's a nice full circle thing. So I really appreciate that, and we will come to you if we have any ideas.
please do
Have a good night.
How about the H&R building?
All right, the H&R building transition. So he, as we know, there's been a couple of months where he wanted to go. He wanted us to make him leave, but we said it's on your terms. So, I believe on Monday when Andrew and I stopped by there, he was very happy and he was ready. And we're very happy for him. He cleaned it out. He did a great job of everything is gone. He removed all the cars that were in the parkway, along the side of the building. Maintenance went over, because Wednesday, we have the locks have been changed, all the utilities have been turned over. And, we immediately took down the awnings and the signage because, we had one tow truck pull up the day we took it over with a car sitting on the back of it. So we put signage in the window. So maintenance have gone in and kind of looked through. There was some, we have written up some items that he did leave for us, including a couple of lifts, things that we could use. So that was good. We have all that documented, but he's happily retired. And we are very happy for him. So in the meantime, as we were doing this transition, Andrew had, Garland come out. They're the ones that did all the tuck pointing on the, north wall of this building and the west wall of this building, and any repairs that we ended up having on the east wall of this building. And they can, whenever we had issues, basically they're an envelope company. They call themselves, their roof, sides, etc. So we had him come out and take a look at the building. We did include in your packet because we wanted to give you an idea of what it really will cost to. The major one is the front, the north side of the building. No, sorry, the east side of the building. That one's a little concerning. That would be one that we probably have to address first. But there's a couple different ways to address it. And then, we were working with the Art Alliance, for the north wall. So they were looking at possibly doing out here on that wall. Before they did that, we would do it. Okay, fix it. So, so this is everything. We can phase it. But this is good usable space that we would desperately want. And, so yeah, that's correct.
Chad, is that the south wall facing the street that you do the mural on?
No, those wall facing mirrors.
The big long one.
Yeah.
So it's-
Yes, it's.
Faces north. Yes.
South side.
Faces north.
It is on the side. Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah.
So Jackie, just so with this, I mean, obviously, we're not,
We're not doing it.
Never
This is just to give you an idea.
but we are not, or there's no immediate plans to get rid of this building, it's more to be utilized for the next 5, 10, 15 somewhat years, correct?
I mean, and I was asking Andrew, today, we said, they'll after us, you know, we're not, it's a good sound building and it's good usable space, especially for maintenance, because we can actually pull vehicles inside of there. One of the other things is we will now be able to free up space so we can park the buses inside of the garage that help with the longevity. We could work on vehicles. Our buses right now, our mechanic has a hard time getting underneath of those buses, so, it's just very anybody wants to go by and visit it. It's a big open space, it's usable, so.
Well, and it's an opportunity for classes too, classes that we haven't necessarily delved into, on the auto repair class and.
Yes, we have to look at how that would look.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
There's a lot of opportunity.
bringing, yes, so bringing people in there from the outside, it may be, WSSRE.
That would be a good adult class.
There you go.
Sir, did you have any?
Have somebody in the audience? I just got a quick question, because we're gonna comment at the end and you're gonna be done. It sounds like you have some basic ideas for that space, which sounds like mostly vehicle storage and maintenance, is that? I just wanted to get
Just our own
for
maintenance.
us when you're just thinking about it, yeah,
Well, right now, it's all a discussion.
right.
But in the short term, we're gonna use it for our own maintenance. And
Yes.
we'll just call that short term. And I don't know if short term is 10 years or 10 minutes, but that's the only plan for it at this point.
And the field, any ideas about the field and your cement block?
No, sir.
Okay, so but 100% it's staying, the building's not being leveled.
Yeah, the deal is this, if somebody came along and gave Jeff and the Park District 15 to 20 million dollars, then we would probably start thinking about building another space there.
Right.
That's unlikely to happen. So for now, and again, in the short term, we will use it as maintenance for our own, equipment.
I'm sorry, I know we can't answer. How much money did we pay for all of that space altogether?
The entire block.
Yeah, the green space with the cement pad and then the building or.
So- And I'm going off memory.
Okay. If it's off, like.
There we go.
Like $10, like 2 million.
So I believe for the main, the other one piece, it was 1.25, and I'm looking at Jeff too, I'm 1.25 for the main piece.
Okay.
I can't remember how much we spent to demo it, that was the number I can't remember, but that we had to demo those buildings.
Oh, yeah.
The H&R, we paid 400,000 for that.
Okay.
Just as an aside, leaving that space green at this point, which was never the real intention right to begin with. We thought we would be able to build a building and all kinds of other stuff. Seeing the way the public has reacted to having that space green has really made all of us rethink building them. Because it's pretty cool how many people utilize it.
Well, I live 4 houses down from there all the time.
Yeah.
I go along there with my dog, after you be on time in the park, I mean, that's why I am very excited about that space.
Tell me about the annual conference.
I just need to know who's going.
You know what's going.
Yes, I got, and then. We do, reserve rooms and whoever, people need to stay, but. Yeah, it'd be for me, I have to, you can tell me like, let me log the business. And I teach something. Yes, I got it.
Okay, we need to appoint, some representatives to WSSRA, so I need a motion to appoint Jackie as a regular representative and Danette as the alternate to the WSSRA Board of Directors for Park District of Forest Park for 2026 motion.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
My name's not on.
Discussion from anybody for Jackie.
I said, all right, there we go, yeah, we should.
We want this to.
Oh, man.
All right, Altamore. Lyon. McDermott.
Hi.
Sansoni.
Aye.
Philip.
I'm hearing you.
Or any other matters with respect.
Tim, can I say one thing?
Okay, move.
Adam appreciated you doing his report, but he is actually on the meeting and he wanted me to let the staff know, how much he appreciated the collaborative effort we had. He said it was very much a team project, getting the website done. And he also really appreciates the board support. We brought the proposal to you guys approved it, and, he just wanted to thank you and thank the staff for just everybody working together to make that website happen. And I think you did a great job. He did a really great job.
And what we've heard tonight, transparency, that, what was so awesome about our new website is just how easy it is to navigate and just leading to you exactly where, there's not a lot of click to get to wherever. If you want to put something in there, there's a nice little area to click. It's great.
It was well thought out. He did a good job. Adam did a really great job. But like he said, it was very much a team effort. So he thanks everybody for that.
We are scheduled to go into a closed session, and you're welcome to leave the room and come back in 20 minutes when we're done. But certainly you are also free to leave. On behalf of just myself, thank you all for your participation. And
I wonder if
have a great.
I was supposed to ask about the soccer field.
Well, because I expect each of you to say something. I don't
Go on here.
particularly want to speak for
Well, you
all
were
of you,
just out president.
but really, just me personally and the rest of the board is free to add in however you'd like. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you
Enjoy
for
the
coming,
holiday.
everybody.
He's the. Right, let's-
I still had one more thing on the under new business, which is really just to follow up on what
Oh, I guess
community
I did
brought, about the soccer field and potentially doing an independent safety evaluation. Is that something that we can discuss now or? How do
It's not on the agenda, so we can't.
Okay.
All right, I need a recommendation to go into closed session at 7:10.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion?
Thank you. Appreciate it. I did want
You know, they're. Thank you, guys. Be something.
That's something.
Oh, they-
We're doing that. I mean, just to see what we do, and that's even a cooler thing for future.
Seven twenty-seven. And there was no action to take out of, the closed session, so it's public comment again.
Jeff, you're reporting, right? You're good. I'll jump in.
Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, okay. Hi, I'm Alex Lloyd Peshkin. I live on South Beloit. I came because I was mostly concerned about the soccer field, and I told you a second on the statement. I think having a good investigation is really smart. It's data. I mean, to me, eyeballing, it looks very deteriorated, but it seems like you could get an accurate report on whether that, how quickly that needs to be done. I want to use the soccer field. I love seeing the amount of use that it gets, like day and night. I feel like it's a real community asset. So, you know, to me, that's a huge thing. I guess when I heard about the putting green, my question on that really is, how many people are going to use that? I know maybe it doesn't cost that much money. To me, again, like I love seeing the kids out and people using the park, and I would imagine basketball court would get way more use.
It's 600,000. So
Yeah, I guess I'm really curious. I mean, I'm in the trades. That seems really high, but I'm sure, you know, park district, it's maybe more expensive, different standards, but.
Well, it's a service. It's I mean, just to resurface our tennis courts 5 years ago, it was
Yeah.
$80,000.
Yeah,
So it's not and you gotta have space.
I get that. So here's my thing. And the other thing I noticed is, since you did the pickup ball courts, which is great, because they really seem to get used. I noticed it feel like there was less usage of the tennis courts. Like they weren't consistently fully used when I went by there over the summertime. Maybe some of those could be converted. I feel like that would be a really good use. It would diversify, like maybe more people using them. You don't have that, like, I know we have the Moose Center, but you have to go in there, you know, it has hours. Like, it's easy access. It's really like the park, the splash park, right? It gets tons of use because people don't have to have a membership to will use it, which is great, right? So I think the open courts would function the same way. So that would be kind of a big thing to me. We were just talking and sort of saying, like, it seems like, you know, when you talk about this space over there too, you know, there's gonna be ideas over time and it's budget stuff. It would be really neat to see a 5-year plan of what the goals are with community input, so that as those assets and grants and things become available, we could know how they get applied, right? So that would be my thoughts on that.
thank you.
I'm Barry Cooper. I know some people on the board, and people that were here to these guys. I'm Coach Cooper. I've been coach since my son was 6. When I live in Clarendon Hills now. So we moved away from Forest Park about 5 years ago. The first thing out of my son's mouth is, well, if we move, can I still play soccer in Forest Park? And yeah, so Mike Hill said, sure, go, yeah, that'd be great. And so, he finished his soccer career and he was looking into ways of still getting involved with Forest Park because he understands how great this place is, how great the program is, And so he started out reffing and now he's head ref. And so me and my son still come here every Saturday morning during the season. And we support the program, even though we're really a little too old for it. But we know how growing up in this community is so important and so great. It took me over 45 minutes to get here today, just so I could be here and listen to what's going on. And even my son, even if he wanted to be here, but he said that he goes, Dad, something needs to be done. So if a teenager understands and sees something needs to be done. So that's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Raj Don and I live on Hannah Avenue. Thank you, Coach, for still, offering your services and helping our little ones, play the sport that I personally love. Just wanted to comment on, sorry, I forgot your name. Alec, he mentioned about a 5-year plan. I think that is a great idea, which sounds like other communities do and boards do. So something that I would think it will help on these our facility and our town. Also, I'm not an expert on the field either. I do play a lot of soccer, and I unfortunately did get hurt playing on the turf field. It wasn't maintained well. I read some of the emails back and forth about leagues or teams that rent our field have not complained about it. I didn't know I could complain about that field that I got hurt on. So I don't think that we should use that information as the field is great or other people have not been able to see anything wrong with it. And I think lastly, it will probably appease a lot of us if we do get a test that Ms. Sana here has recommended, so we could see the data and be like, yeah, guys, here's the data. It's still good for another 3 years, or no, it does need to be repaired on the center side. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.